Using Wu Yihai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of First Supreme Elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Yihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao Zikai take care of me? Qiao Si Lu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu Immortal Tai Mian Shen. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Qiao Si Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Zikai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Qiao Si Lu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among Southern Border's super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Zikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources. He needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wu Yi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in. But it is not wise to reject Qiao Si Lu. If I offend Qiao clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Qiao Si Lu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Yihai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing. Let's go now. Think on the way. Qiao Si Lu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Qiao Si Lu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said. If we go back like this, what will Wu clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Yihai, led Qiao clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored brother Wu Yong's life and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength. My reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Qiao Si Lu blinked her eyes, thinking. Wu Yihai's words seemed to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Bachong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Qiao Si Lu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Qiao Si Lu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait. There is no rush. No rush? Qiao Si Lu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Qiao Si Lu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Qiao Si Lu was stunned again. Wu clan, discussion hall. Bam! Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, "Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan?" Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high. He looked at Wu Bachong. "Second Supreme Elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you, you are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu Clan needs a leader." "Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Qiao." In the hall, several Gu Immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of First Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the Second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu Immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu Immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, "I was rash, I was worried about the clan. You are right, we should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him." Once he said that, the Gu Immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu Clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with joy. "This is great, we did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu Clan." Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former Third Supreme Elder of Wu Clan had already been bribed by Qiao Clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Xiao Si Lu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up, Wu Yong's fate was unknown, everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, Qiao Clan's Gu Immortals beside him, southern border situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Xiao Si Lu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Yihai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Xiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued. Right now, the mastermind is still unknown. The most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu Clan's Gu Immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wu Yi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Xiao Si Lu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu Clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Xiao Si Lu was overjoyed. She said, "This is the safest method." But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding superforces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu Clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges. Fang Yuan sighed. All right, let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wu Yi Mountain. Xiao Si Lu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed. We are merely rank 7s. Won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Xiao Si Lu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal goo house, it will be safer. Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Xiao Si Lu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the super goo formation, but how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation. The Blood River was raging. It had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted. The iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth. He was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed. He still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshan and Xiao Zikai. This Purple Blood River formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruined bat corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Xiao Zikai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshan's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruined bat corpses in the Blood River. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruined bat corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now, Tai Mianshan could see some clues. These ruined bat corpses were melting in the blood river. Especially every time the purple thought changed, the speed at which the ruined bat corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Xiao Zikai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it. We will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshan did not make a decision, because the 3 of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew, Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away. The blood river was raging. Several of them were cut off by the wind. Xiao Zikai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshan's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock. This is an immortal Gu house? Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal goo house from his immortal aperture. This immortal goo house was not grand at all. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border. It was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful! Xiao Jitsai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal goo houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal goo house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshen was deeply shaken. The 2 goo immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal goo house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the goo formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Xiao Zhikai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Du Xiu's 2 rank 8 immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, Xiao Zhikai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Du Xiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal goo for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan. He had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo were combined with other goo worms to form an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that even though immortal goo houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshen's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal goo house, and it is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal goo house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal goo house and some goo immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's 2nd rank 8 goo immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 goo immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal goo house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 superforce in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal goo house very deeply. Even Wu clan's goo immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the purple blood river formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal goo house, and it was a rank 8 immortal goo house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The 2 are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mianshen let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the superforces had their own territories. They had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Du Xiu died, this balance was broken. The other superforces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Du Xiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love Go, Small Say, Nekatu Ho Clan Gu Immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu Clan snatched it from us. A Ho Clan Gu Immortal sighed. But now, it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho Clan Gu Immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path Gu Immortal. He nodded to the Ho Clan Gu Immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu Clan Gu Immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Fang Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu Clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho Clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho Clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu Immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact. It would not be easy for Wu Clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho Clan would have many excuses, like, "We helped your Wu Clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we need some compensation." That would be a headache for Wu Clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the Righteous Dao were good at. Unless Wu Clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho Clan had to retreat. Ho Clan's Gu Immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love Go, Small Say, Netku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiu xiu xiu. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu Clan's Gu Immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho Clan's Gu Immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used Blade Chi Immortal Gu. Wu Clan's Gu formation was only a Mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 Immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho Clan Gu Immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho Clan Gu Immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison Waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu Clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. A large group of Mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu Clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu Clan. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years. You have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang Clan's Gu Immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu Clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang Clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu Clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang Clan's Gu masters defeated Wu Clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang Clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang Clan and Wu Clan's territory. Yang Clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang Clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu Clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang Clan only needed to charge in and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land, Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao Clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red and red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern Border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yudingtun. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Before Southern Border's Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now, this place belongs to my Yao Clan. Yao Clan's Gu Immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu Clan's territory. After taking over this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu Clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao Clan occupied Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu Clan's territory. News of Wu Yong's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao Clan, Yang Clan, and Ho Clan were just three of them. In Wu Clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it! These three clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu Clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu Clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack. We need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. Why are we afraid of them? Wu Clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously. Some argued endlessly. Some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu Clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu clan was surrounded by enemies, they lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yang's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal who had been guarding corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel, his expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice, he was like a steel statue. "Stop arguing, keep quiet." Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him, the discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, "Wu clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision." Wu Qiao frowned. Wu clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, "Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit." The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu clan's letters soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. "It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here." Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's red date Immortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra back killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it, he only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an Immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Xiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan. They had territories that bordered Xiao clan. Xiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao Ji Kai mysteriously disappeared, Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the Returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake. But Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo and so on. In the history of Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky-returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Dao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Qiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Qiao Silu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Silu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time. Fang Yuan said. Qiao Silu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Silu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse. Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu. Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Silu called Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Bo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiao Bo quickly accepted the order before stammering, I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No need to rush. I have just contacted them. There is still some time. Qiao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Yitian Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Qiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Qiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had ranked 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path Gu immortal fairy Miao Yin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression. His eyes darted around as he sized up Fairy Miao Yin. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was on par with Xiao Silu. All along, Fairy Miao Yin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of Dream Path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu Clan, Xiao Clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these Dream Path Gu materials from her, Fairy Miao Yin tactfully and firmly rejected them. "Let's go in first," Xiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu immortals behind Fairy Miao Yin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Xiao Bo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu Clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. "Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry?" Wuan nodded. "The situation is not good. You must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the Immortal opportunity business. Wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, "Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai. Can I?" This. Wuan showed a troubled expression. "Lord Wu Yihai is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move. He might not have time to meet you." Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai, just once." "Isn't he leaving too?" "I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out. Is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Yihai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Yihai's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. "All right, stay here. When Lord Wu Yihai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you." "Thank you, thank you." Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 Immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu Precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms. It looked like a longhorn beetle. It had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it. It was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This Immortal Gu was one of the 2 Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu Clan as Wu Hai. As the name implied, this Immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu Immortal. It was rule path. It had a flaw. It needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu Immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds. The process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu Immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea. He wanted to add Precaution Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right now, he had already thought of the killer move. He only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember love, go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of Mortal Gu, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, before adding more Mortal Gu. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Gu. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of Mortal Gu were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The failure of the Immortal Killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Fang Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary. It had not risen much, because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Fang Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo house was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Fang Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo Immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path. Because he had gained a lot from reading The Legends of Rinzhu, he also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Goo Immortal experts and great experts would all read The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu contain the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Goo Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in The Legends of Rinzhu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Goo Immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read The Legends of Rinzhu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading The Legends of Rinzhu. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Gu immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. There was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan. There would be conflicts. But Chai clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other super forces. According to the conjectures of other super forces, Chai clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the 3 great rivers. Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai clan's first supreme elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai clan's first supreme elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face two super forces at the same time. If these two let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai clan Gu Immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu Immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs one Gu Immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu Immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of one or even two of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in southern border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first supreme elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu Immortal in the hall. "Yu Yan, tell us your opinion." Chapter 1355. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai clan's first supreme elder. As an information path Gu Immortal, Chai Yu Yen pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread. Regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it, Wu clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu Immortal born and raised in southern border." Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yu Yen smiled before continuing. "Actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked." "Something that we all overlooked?" Chai Yun rubbed his nose. "It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering. Isn't this their usual style?" A Chai clan Gu Immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different. Chai Yu Yen shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Yihai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan. Chai clan's Gu Immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yu Yen. Love Go, Smalt Say, Netka the Chai clan, Ba clan, and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yu Yen nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle, and to what extent should we restrict this battle? First, Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu Immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu Immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Qi clan's headquarters. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Qi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border. To the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Qiao clan. Qi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Qi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu Immortals cultivated Soul Path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Qiao clan and Qi clan did. Qiao clan was supported by a certain generation's first Supreme Elder of Wu clan. Qiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Xiao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Xiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Yitian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal opportunity business. Wu Yihai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare. Not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up, Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread, half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajra back killer move, he had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river, posing as a threat. Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The two clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away. They were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Xiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just one letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu clan was willing to give up and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Fang Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu clan and Xiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war. The political situation was even more chaotic. There were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Xiao clan. It was only in the western part of southern border. From Fang Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it, he could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here? Fang Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1356. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Fang Yuan used information path methods to ask Wuan. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Fang Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Fang Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away. He needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close, everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back then not because of her beauty or friendship. He wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it. I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately in Wu Clan, Fang Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams. His luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Xiao Clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity. Those demonic Path Gu immortals have no methods. They all encountered realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Xiao Clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Fang Yuan. At this time, Xiao Clan's territory. There is 1 more day before we leave. Your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Xiao Clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream Path Gu materials. Xiao Bo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other 2 demonic Path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore. We can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiao Bo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiao Bo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiao Bo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. You, how dare you? Xiao Bo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. The time is here, let's begin. The 3rd Gu immortal walked over. Her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wu Yi really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu, and Wu sighed, shaking his head. Let's go. There is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly. Maybe, Lord Wu Yi will reward you in the future. Manage it properly? Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black. A cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wu became vigilant, retreating. Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. Humph, what Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you, don't even think about ugh. Before Wu finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love go, small, say, netku. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yi. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wu completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom, boom, boom. Wu had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Gu formation shook intensely. The Super Gu formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Gu immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation. They are inside the Gu formation. Soon, Qi Clan's leader, Qi Gray, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Gu immortals. The immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Xiao Clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Gu immortal who was close to Xiao Clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Xiao Clan is playing with fire. Look. Ba Quan Feng screamed. Ba Clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating righteous path Gu immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gue raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The righteous path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died, several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gue was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared, they did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super Gu formation. Soon, it was discovered by the righteous path Gu immortals controlling the Gu formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising so strong. A rank 8 Gu immortal? The righteous path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Gu immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast. Ah, it is? Before he could finish his sentence, boom! The entire Super Gu formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Gu formation was shaking intensely. The hall formed by the Gu formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Gu formation, but the righteous path Gu immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Gu formations and killer moves. Even though Gu formations were killer moves in formation path, after the Gu formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Gu worm's movement. When the Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the Gu immortals controlling the formation. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed. Mortal Gu were constantly being restored at the edges. Gu worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Gu formation. The dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many righteous path Gu immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws. Its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. Gu immortals, so many Gu immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled. It was extremely excited. It is. A righteous path Gu immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu immortals' cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zui Hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border righteous path Gu immortals did not know him. Zui Hui's appearance shook the righteous path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed, the Righteous Path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu Immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now, the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gue stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gue naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation. It shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped. The outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The third layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zui Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Feng Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a Wisdom Path rank 8 Gu Immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Feng Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Feng Yuan had another advantage: Immortal Gu houses. Wu clan's Immortal Gu house was on the way. Most Gu formations could not be moved, but Immortal Gu houses could. Moreover, the power of Immortal Gu houses could increase according to the amount and quality of Immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an Immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu clan's Immortal Gu house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the Gu formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ing Wu Xie's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. At the next moment, Zui Yi Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yi Hui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply. Its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the Gu formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the Gu formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yi Hui had attacked the Super Gu formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test. It was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight. With He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the Righteous Path Gu Immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Zui Yi Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, endless darkness engulfed them. Time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom! Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the Immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook. The third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals had pale expressions. They injected Immortal essence into the Gu formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the Gu formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This Super Gu formation was created by rank 8 Gu Immortal Qi Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Yi Hui. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Yi Hui's signature method. Immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Chi Gui was covered in cold sweat. He said, "This is the super goo formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal killer move, Grey Knight? It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zui Yihui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zui Yihui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Goo Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ning Bing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super Goo formation again. They saw the damaged third layer Super Goo formation but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time, in Wuxia, as well as many demonic path Goo Immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Goo Immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Goo Immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border Goo Immortals were not fools. They waited for Zui Yihui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the wisdom path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Yihui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted. Attack the Goo formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Goo formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Goo formation. Buy time for me. Chi Gui shouted. Zui Yihui has already used Grey Knight twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zui Yihui. He saw that after Zui Yihui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border Goo Immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zui Yihui. After all, whenever Zui Yihui appeared and caused chaos in southern border's righteous path Goo Immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These southern border righteous path superclans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zui Yihui. Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zui Yihui? The Goo formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while southern border's righteous path defended with all their might. The third layer of the Goo formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the righteous path Goo Immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used immortal Goo and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Xiao Silu. Xiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the righteous path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Goo formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the righteous path Goo Immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Or You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Sui Yi Hui. Xiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move, Curved Moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Xiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground, like a venomous snake. It attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Gu Immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Xiao Si Lu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Xiao Si Lu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Xiao Si Lu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Xiao Si Lu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Xiao Si Lu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Xiao Si Lu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move. Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Xiao Si Lu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Xiao Si Lu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiao Si Lu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Si Lu. You have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, White fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, 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 thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly, with Fairy Miao-yin as the center. They quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the goo formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiao Si Lu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses, the willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Li crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulon. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack, you are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulon. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulon's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulon's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulon growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shang Li vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulon's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain, her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Li showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have, my next attack will take your life, why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulon's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar, it burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Li's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulon laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon Man? A middle-aged Gu Immortal with a large nose, Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build, his muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement, "Good timing." Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in midair, directly splitting the small battlefield into 2. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning. It had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing 2 figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu Immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huaxiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huixiong. "White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life." Wu Liao shouted, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wu En did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu En, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wu En. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. "Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match." Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold, killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Hee. Black Tigress laughed strangely, her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light. Her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed. She was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit true inheritance, interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. The rank 7 formation path Gu Immortal Chi Gui coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the Immortal Gu floating in front of him. This Immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Yi Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gui wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this Immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed. It would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other Immortal Gu. Chi Gui quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation. But he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gui swallowed the blood in his mouth. His face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed Immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 Immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gui shouted anxiously, "Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu? Give them to me." This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quan Feng and Bada looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gui healed himself, Bada and Ba Quan Feng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gui took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gui's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Chi Gui's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zui Yi Hui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zui Yi Hui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jioge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Fang Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Qi Gue focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Qi Gue, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable. They had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Gu immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's battlefield for a while. He looked at the rest before stopping on Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish. But now, he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Fang Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Xiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Fang Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color. Its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real. It was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast. It moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Fang Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved. He was blocking the hole in the Gu formation behind him. But even though Fang Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile. They surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Fang Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded rapidly. Fang Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise-shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed. She had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Fang Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Fang Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise-shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Fang Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Fang Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu An's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu An. This means that this move's attack range is small. It is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Fang Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wei Hai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Fang Yuan, and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute. It was bright red. But her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted. It was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Fang Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Fang Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks. An immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange. Even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Gu precaution. This rule path Immortal Gu had already been successfully added by Fang Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path Mortal Gu. The effect of these Gu worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution Immortal Gu was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution Immortal Gu would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up. She muttered, "In that case, I will attack this place." At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hei Teng continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress' killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move, after the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out. Only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target? The killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Teng's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible. Because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Humph. Hei Teng suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight? Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Hei Teng hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But Goo Immortal's tongues, under the effect of immortal goo or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Hei Teng will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Hei Teng licked it. She took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot. The divination tortoise's red color faded. A strange smell appeared in the air. Hei Teng licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned. So salty. the divination tortoise changed again. Hating stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Hating had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move? Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hating fell for it. After realizing this, Hating stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. Hating was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling Hating's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. Hating was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. Hating's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while Hating could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. Hating felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zui Yi Hui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now, there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First, I changed A-B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's red rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse, but Red Daughter Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of Hei Tung was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day thinking about plots and whatnot, from morning to night, after a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this, I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care, after so many years I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gu Dao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyun. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use Dream Realms to cultivate. With the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing, the great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The Celestial Court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, Getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Feng Yuan get such an opportunity? Feng Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Feng Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unravel dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Feng Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Feng Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Silu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiao Silu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like, her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The 2 famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape! A demonic path Gu Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom! A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die! A righteous path Gu Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu Immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Yi Hei Ting. The righteous path Gu Immortal let go of his hand. The demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu Immortal with a high nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xianxia, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to The 3 Gu Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xianxia's body. The 3 Gu Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xianxia was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment." Fuck you. A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xianxia earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha! Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh! Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huixiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit, his eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huaxiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Yihui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulun. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal goo were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulun had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal goo. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Bada was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong's shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xen Jian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Bada thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xen Jian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xen Jian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xen Jian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled, her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xen Jian and said calmly, this move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try? Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third layer goo formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more goo immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miao Yin, Dragon Lady, and that fire path rank 6, He Lulun. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, Wu Yi Hai. Stop defending. As a Wu clan goo immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change. Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Chi Gue, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quan Feng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the goo formation and activate the second layer. This super goo formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Chi Gue nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yihui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Fang Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet, what is he doing? Fang Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Tian Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there, only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Seven Illusions demon Immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape, he could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed, a green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around Seven Illusions demon Immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The three righteous path Gu Immortals were stunned. Xiao Zhikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Geng? This Seven Illusions demon Immortal was none other than a member of the Super Force Yao clan, Gu Immortal Yao Geng. He had been sparring with Wu Yiran for stunning Immortal's inheritance. During the fifth time, he died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet Gu in Yao clan shattered, everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was Seven Illusions demon Immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshan said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly. This is my own action, it has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, What are you thinking, you dare to plot against us? Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece. Manipulated by someone, I was forced to do this. It has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu Immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshan interrupted. Is it because of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance? Yao Geng nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshan sighed. To receive the Seven Illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Xiao Zhicai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Geng with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gengshu was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu Immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Geng told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Geng in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble! The purple blood river formation was broken by Wu Yong. The blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The three Gu Immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This purple blood river formation not only contains the profundities of wisdom path, blood path, phantom path, and information path, it also contains time path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the three Gu Immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the purple blood river formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no! It seems that rank 8 Gu Immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank, he quickly contacted his clan. The Purple Blood River formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the three immortals contacted their clans, and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The three immortals were dumbfounded to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Xiao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Xiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path Gu immortals eat? They actually dare to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Sui Yi Hui is being controlled. These Righteous Path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the Giant Dream Realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border, I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mian-shen expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Xiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother. You are truly kind and considerate. You are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Etian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation. Because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information, they knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it, they knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the Giant Dream Realm, they did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation. Not only because of the Giant Dream Realm, but also because of Sui Yi Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu immortal world a painful memory. Every time it appeared, it would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of southern border's super forces sent people and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Sui Yi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Xiao Zhikai said. Tai Mian-shen was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a Righteous Path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mian-shen understood. He asked, You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple gold in color, blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the two Ba clan Gu immortals very much. Because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 Wind Path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly. He could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed. He suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death. He could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng! Bada screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada, surrender. You do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic. His aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Bada gritted his teeth. Saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the Righteous Path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Chapter 1364. Damn it! This old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts. It was a shocking scale. They surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close. Instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's defense was firm, but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up, Fang Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin were two of the three great fairies of southern border. Right now, they were evenly matched. They were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Fang Yuan greatly. Last time, when Fang Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves, but now, they were extremely familiar with them. They could use them like they were their own limbs. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Fang Yuan's huge gains in Reverse Flow River and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be Black and White's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the Righteous Path had many experts too. Tai Xen Jian and Yi He Ting were top-tier rank 7s. Even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The two pairs of Gu immortals fought intensely. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Zui Hui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation. He did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Hai, come back quickly. At this time, Bada transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Bada's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Qi Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quanfeng and Qi Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter Gu flew over and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quanfeng is a mole in the Shadow Sect. The shadow sex infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The earth path immortal goo was also destroyed. Just now, the righteous path had fallen into despair, and Bada had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly he heard Qi Gui say, "We still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Yihai." Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Qi Shang praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine. He is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in, we can still take a gamble at the final moment. Bada already knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship, but this was the first time he heard Qi Clan's Gu Immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Bada would be wary and jealous, but now, he felt extremely fortunate he transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path Gu Immortals. This information is limited to the few of us. Wu Yihai, are you confident? Bada had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. Confidence my ass. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quanfeng with anger in his eyes. Zui Yi Hui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new immortal Gu in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the immortal Gu and countless supplementary mortal Gu into the Gu formation and set up the second layer of the Gu formation, the difficulty was very high, very high. Qi Gui knew this difficulty, that was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yi Hui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the Super Gu formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Bada urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Bada and Qi Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zui Yi Hui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Forget about others, Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time, I have not made the final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Qi Gui. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Qi Gui's vision turned dark, his face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe, he was barely conscious using Gu worms. Firstly, we lack an earth path immortal Gu. This information path mortal Gu contains all of the contents of the Super Gu formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it! Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qi Gui fainted, it was a huge problem. Bada quickly used his methods but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Qi Gui's guidance, he needed to gather an earth path immortal Gu and time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path Gu worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. He felt extremely glad for his actions. 4 elements Gu formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer's Gu formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path immortal Gu were the foundation of the Gu formation. 1 earth path immortal Gu was gone, 3 water path, wind path, and fire path immortal Gu were left. Earlier, Qi Gui's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path immortal Gu. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the four elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The four elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path immortal goo. I can use other immortal goo to replace them. They do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all four elements. I can definitely construct the second layer of the goo formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now, he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path immortal goo, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move. But because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unravel dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the gray light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super goo formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But this way I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Goo I have. Dark Limit Immortal Goo is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the goo formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qi Gui and Ba Quan Feng away from me. You have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Bada. Bada knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the two goo immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the goo formation, he also knew about the four elements goo formation, he also knew about the dark limit immortal goo that he had used for a long time, even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar. Zui Yi Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions. They quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick, retreat into the goo formation. The Righteous Path goo immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out Dark Limit Immortal Goo and Many Mortal Goo. Bada was stunned. He said anxiously with a trace of fear, "This is a Dark Path Immortal Goo. This goo formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal Goo." "I don't have an Earth Path Immortal Goo. I only have Dark Path." Fang Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an Earth Path Immortal Goo, just say it, I will lend it to you." "What do you know? Shut up." Fang Yuan retorted. "You." Bada had lost all hope. He was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly his eyes opened wide, as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the super goo formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded? At once, Bada felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open. When Xiao Si Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Bada lost his composure. His dazed expression was very surprising. We defended against it. Ah, Lord Wu Yihai, good job. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals cheered. Their impression of Fang Yuan had changed. I was not wrong about you, Wu Yihai. You saved us all. Qi Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now. He needed Fang Yuan to control the Super Gu formation. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan turned the situation around. He saved the righteous path. He became a hero. Xiao Si Lu did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan earlier, but now that she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart was pounding. She had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer move Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation. This was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Zui Hui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Gu formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge. It was like a huge pot. The bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Gu formation, there were Fang Yuan, Bada, Xiao Si Lu, and the other Righteous Path Gu Immortals. This Gu formation had lost its fourth and third layer. It could not cover the dream realm like before. It was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken. Ying Wu Xie, He Lulan by Ning Bing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago, they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the Gu formation was going to break. They needed to find a chance to attack and win. Qi Gui clearly lost his abilities. It seems that something happened. Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble. The best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the sky changed color. 7 colored lights shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast. Like a tsunami, it assaulted the mental defenses of the Gu Immortals. What's going on? The Gu Immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The Super Gu formation was shaking intensely. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, "This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the Gu formation, it is targeting this dream realm." After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared. It has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path methods. So that's it. These demonic path Gu Immortals' true target is this dream realm. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Fang Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path Gu Immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit. Otherwise, why would so many Gu Immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the Righteous Path Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan heard this but had no reaction. Instead, Bada snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan Gu Immortal who spoke, "Shut up." At this time, they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Fang Yuan. They were simply too insensible. Bada was extremely furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu Immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were dazed. They went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives. He actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit. Who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's Gu Immortals back. Quick. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The other Xia clan Gu Immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super Gu formation, facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining super goo formation, he had a dazed expression. "Ui hi." Bada was anxious, he almost jumped. "You are also messing around?" Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, "No matter how noisy you are, you will also leave." Bada was dumbfounded. The other righteous path goo immortals. Bada's chest was heaving from anger, his face was red, but he still spoke. "Don't forget, the immortal goo used to create this super goo formation come from our super clans." This was a blatant threat. But Fang Yuan laughed. "Do you think any of you can summon your goo worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal goo?" The immortals' expressions changed. Qi Gui said solemnly, "Sai, don't worry. This is the goo formation set up by my clan's Lord Qi Chuyu. Back then, he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the goo formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the goo formation are controlled by one person, others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this goo formation, unless Wu Yihai can borrow the goo formation back." Saying so, Qi Gui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. "Qi Gui is heavily injured, you have worked hard, you should heal your injuries first." Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Qi Gui's expectations without any qualms. Bada was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Xiao Si Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but Ba clan, Yao clan, and Yang clan, these goo immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. "Qi Chuyu, this old fool." Someone cursed internally. Qi Chuyu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking, he was doing it for the safety of the dream realm and the goo formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Qi clan lost control. An outsider became the leader of the situation. "Don't worry, I, Wu Yihai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation, we, the righteous path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis." Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal goo house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far from here, it is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely. We can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of southern borders living beings. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Xiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Qi Gui had once given Fang Yuan an information path goo worm and told him everything about the super goo formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this goo formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path goo immortals. Xia clan's 2 goo immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal goo house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path goo immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path goo immortals, there were many elites, but Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage, they could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path goo immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, they were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed, there were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon venerable. Crack crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. the cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon, this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other righteous path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Fang Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Wuxia was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sex Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Wuxia was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the river of time and communicate deeply with spectral soul's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save Spectral Soul. This means the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this? Shadow Sex methods are truly terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Wuxia before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the righteous path Gu immortals, "Quick, destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out." What happened? Wu Yihai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. The righteous path Gu immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were sent out of the Super Gu formation by Fang Yuan. Damn it. You did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wu Yihai, you are using our tribe's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiao Si Lu was sent out. This southern border fairy was in a daze, she could not accept it. Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw that so many righteous path Gu immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wu Yihai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Fang Yuan transmitted to the immortals, "If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them." While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Fang Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some Gu immortals who were close to Wu clan, including Xiao Si Lu. But Fang Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the righteous path Gu immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Fang Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled the immortals' lives. Secondly, the righteous path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were hesitant. Fang Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills 1 cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the Gu formation." Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The two looked at each other. They still acted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Almost all the righteous path Gu immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone, watching over the situation from the back. He was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time, the cocoons of light were destroyed. the vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. They created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, there might be Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the super goo formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This super goo formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the second layer of the goo formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby goo immortals. Not just the Righteous Path goo immortals, Fang Yuan was also controlling the goo formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this super goo formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill! At this time, battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's goo immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and by Ning Bing also charged over. This wave of goo immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the Righteous Path goo immortals. The dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the two. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way, the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner. Some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the goo immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around. Using the super goo formation, he could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble! With a loud sound, the super goo formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress! Without the help of goo worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the super goo formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through Shadow Sect's methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the super goo formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the super goo formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those goo master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Etion Mountain? It seems that Ing Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Feng Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other Righteous Path Gu Immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contain the Dream Path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered, he was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The Righteous Path and Demonic Path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Feng Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Feng Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Feng Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the Righteous Path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the Demonic Path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu formation and the Righteous Path Gu Immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu Immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu Immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court. Almost all the Gu Immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other Gu Immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu Immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Behind Duke Long, the Gu Immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the righteous path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path Gu Immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu Immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8, how could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zuiyi Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court. The legendary primordial beast Zuiyi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones. Even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zuiyi Hui raised its head and roared. The sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zuiyi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zuiyi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zuiyi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, but Zuiyi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zuiyi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with blinding white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu Immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly. They fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu Immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light. They survived. With a loud sound, Zuiyi Hui could not block Fate's attack. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. It opened its mouth and roared at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zui Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses. Its recovery speed was shocking. Zui Hui had been a problem in Southern Border for many years. Southern Border's Gu Immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life. They could only defeat it. But Zui Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu Immortals could cultivate. Zui Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zui Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, equipping Zui Hui with all his might. Zui Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zui Hui was hit. It fell to the ground again. But soon it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zui Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Zui Hui roared. This time, he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zui Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu Immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal Gu that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some Gu worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The Central Continent Gu Immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Wuxia, who possessed the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, could use Lead Soul into Dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful rank 9 Immortal Gu house could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an Immortal Gu house with Dream Path Immortal Gu, most Immortal Gu houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when Gu Immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zui Hui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Zui Hui quickly chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zui Hui flew in the air, his speed was even faster, his huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake. Zui Hui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the dream realm. The dream realm was a dangerous place for Zui Hui. Behind it, the real Heaven Overseeing Tower appeared. Hee. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zui Hui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zui Hui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Chapter 1369. Swoosh swoosh. Their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Zishan Makoto against Duke Long. The two were extremely fast, they shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom. As the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a celestial court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Hui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light. He suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air. At the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions. The fiery rocks were like eggs. Duke Long's muscular body was like metal. The fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated. Sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time, he had defensive measures like Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering. While Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time, Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, He instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand, he clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. With a soft explosion, from his opened right palm, countless faint white qi currents flew out. These qi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of qi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated, purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. I was seen through, his reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the dragon roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the dragon roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of sound path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now, it lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air, his mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling dragon teeth. Two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid. They are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long. As Wuxia flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 Gu Immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker, even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Wuxia was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick. Wuxia urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, They had not signed any Information Path Alliance agreement. Wuxia still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it, even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you, there is a cocoon of light that is about to form, quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Wuxia took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals there. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Heiting's words. Yi Heiting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? Yi Heiting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a Southern Border Gu Immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Heiting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Wuxia felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Heiting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden, it was a pleasant surprise. Wuxia was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an Information Path Gu worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now, he exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yihai is me. Wuxia heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Wuxia came to a realization. No wonder these Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Wuxia felt it was quite funny. But soon, Wuxia's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream. He has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our shadow sect. Wuxia's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization, and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Wuxia was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Wuxia nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Wuxia's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light. And his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke, rank 7 Wuxia appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Wuxia obeyed. At the next moment, Wuxia was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Wuxia activated his trump card. Immortal killer move, leads soul into dream. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon he received Wuxia's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed. His plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh! Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path Gu Worm to him, I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Qin Tian's Proud Wood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Qin Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable. They could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him! Wuxia shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn! Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan helped Wuxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Huh? Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu Immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's Righteous Path will be convinced, But this super goo formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the super goo formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your celestial court is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then, she was researching star constellation chessboard. This immortal goo house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path immortal goo house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her wisdom path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago when the Central Continent Goo Immortals were chased by old ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then she thought of Fang Yuan. All along, the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person. But they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fang Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal goo house was because she had borrowed it. Z-Wei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended. Are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is Providence. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is Providence. But you are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with Providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking. He did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed. She was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed. It should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change Providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, Providence has been manifested in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still Providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. She was a wisdom path goo immortal. She immediately understood. In the past, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with Providence. The essence of Providence did not change, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of Providence, or maybe there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the Celestial Court? This might be the reason why the Celestial Court followed Providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The great era is coming, the 5 regions will merge into one, fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border supergoo formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak, Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Fang Yuan, he is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in Southern Border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate, they are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair fate Immortal Goo better. However, this time, the Celestial Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. But Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the Celestial Court was very deep, they had discovered the battle of Tian Mountain too late, the rank 8 Goo Immortals of the Celestial Court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time, the Celestial Court had a lot of time to prepare. The Celestial Court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the 2 of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the battle of Tian Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal Goo has recovered. Fate has regained control of the universe. The 2 of you will definitely win this time. Chapter 1374. The Celestial Court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the 2nd time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, we need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time, this is destined. Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the Celestial Court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Zishan Makoto while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many Goo Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan could not understand why the Celestial Court did not send more Goo Immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Goo formation to help Wuxia, thus affecting the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path Goo worm from Wuxia. This information path Goo worm could directly communicate with Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan helped Wuxia gain the trust of the Shadow Sect. Otherwise, how could he have gotten this Goo worm? This Goo worm had a close connection with Zishan Makoto. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Zishan Makoto's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Zishan Makoto handed the information path Goo worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path Goo worm, Zishan Makoto contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Zishan Makoto is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai by Yunxing would become reality one day. Zishan Makoto had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled. Then I will call you Zishan Makoto. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now, it is time for you to express your sincerity. Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying, All right, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, "Heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals." Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Wuxia and the others. As expected, Zishan Makoto immediately agreed. "Sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals. I can give them to you to express my sincerity." You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense human chi, far surpassing mortals. Or the Gu Master's own accumulation, no matter what path it was, as long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense human chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the Gu Immortal would need to balance the three chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi, none of them could be lacking or the balance would be lost. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal aperture's heaven and earth chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three chi. Regarding the three chi, no matter which Gu Immortal, even venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth chi. Gu Immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Gu Immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luopa Valley, many Central Continent Gu Immortals died in battle. Their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and human chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the Gu Immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, triple chi retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the Gu Immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple chi retraction had 3 styles. First style, human chi retraction. After the target is hit, their human chi would be greatly affected, their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no human chi, like desolate beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, earth chi retraction. If they were hit, the earth chi in the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The earth chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the 3 chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, heaven chi retraction. This was extracting heaven chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a member of Zombie Alliance. Hei Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to blazing heaven demoness. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky. His dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect blessed land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out. They stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super Gu formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were two huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then, the upper bodies of the two dragons faced each other. Their eyes looked at each other. Their mouths opened. There was a dragon pearl in the middle. It was like a small sun. It was dazzling. It formed the scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened. The interior of the Shadow Sect blessed land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the blessed land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in. The dragon gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the blessed land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect blessed land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border righteous path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect blessed land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulon, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies. They hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms. Unable to extricate themselves, they were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms. Because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wu Yi, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border righteous path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both righteous path. Chapter 1378. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Fang Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 Gu immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. It would not be too bad. If Fang Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction Immortal Goo, he would lend it to him. Bloodline Immortal Goo? He would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu Clan's Goo immortals had to listen to Fang Yuan's reason for borrowing Goo. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because Immortal Goo were unique, any Immortal Goo, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any superforce. Immortal Goo could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end he still borrowed 6 Immortal Goo. 6 Immortal Goo is enough. Do you have enough Immortal Essence to use any more? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Fang Yuan's request again. 6 Immortal Goo were on one person, the risk was too high. It was not that Wu Clan was suspicious of Fang Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Hai, these Immortal Goo would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu Clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, everyone knew this. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Brother, you are right, I do not have much red date Immortal Essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some Immortal Yuan stones, I need to replenish my Immortal Essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time, Wu Yong did not hesitate, he directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers. Without Immortal Essence, Immortal Goo were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many Immortal Goo, he had to make use of these Immortal Goo, right? Thus, Fang Yuan directly obtained 100,000 Immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These Immortal Yuan stones and Immortal Goo are all lent to you, you need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly agreed. The Immortal Goo and Immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Fang Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb Immortal Yuan stone and convert it into Immortal Essence. At the same time, he threw the 6 Immortal Goo into Reverse Flow River. Suppressed them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the Celestial Court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping, he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an Immortal Goo house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a superforce, an Immortal Goo house was much more important than an Immortal Goo. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an Immortal Goo house, no one would say anything. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set, Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape. His plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Of course it can. Very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My Immortal Goo, my killer moves, my knowledge, and you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. Ping Wu Xie, He Lulan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note: asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, I forgot to mention it yesterday. Everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. Chapter 1379. Make me the leader of Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was shocked. Unbelievable! He had never expected such a scene to occur. Shadow Sect and I are mortal enemies. I even seized Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Why is Zishan Makoto doing this? What scheme is he plotting? All sorts of thoughts flashed and surged in Fang Yuan's mind. Zishan Makoto, what is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan, don't be suspicious, I am not plotting anything. Because I am about to die in battle. Spectral Soul's main body has already been captured. Since Duke Long has made a move, he will not let me off. The great era is coming, Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court wants to be the ruler of the 5 regions and rule over the whole of humanity. The Celestial Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lianyun, you are a complete otherworldly demon, you have the sovereign immortal aperture and the luck path true inheritance. You do not belong to this world, you are a person who messes with fate, a person who defies fate, you are the greatest variable in this world. You are the target that the Celestial Court must eliminate. If you do not eliminate the Celestial Court will eliminate you. My Shadow Sect once wanted to defy the heavenly Tao and become venerable again. The Celestial Court was the greatest obstacle. But my Shadow Sect failed. Instead of using my things to benefit the enemy, I might as well give them to you. Ha! Zishan Makoto said this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan thought to himself, even at death's door, you still want to make life difficult for the enemy? This is human nature, it is reasonable. But I still need to test it. Thinking about this, he asked Zishan Makoto, you once said that the sovereign immortal physique has a major drawback. What is this drawback? Zishan Makoto chuckled. I'm afraid you've noticed this drawback, haven't you? It was not difficult for it to guess. It was food. Your paragon immortal body is not produced by the human clan. Although it is also a body of flesh and blood, its origin is different. In essence, it was still a rank 9 immortal goo. Since it is a rank 9 immortal goo, it needs to be fed. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I guessed this long ago. I want to ask, what does sovereign immortal fetus goo eat? Zishan Makoto laughed. Can't you guess what we're going to eat? It was nothing more than a test of my sincerity. Then I'll tell you. Zishan Makoto gave the answer. After hearing it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Like he expected, sovereign immortal fetus goo's food was the answer he had guessed earlier. In that case, we are in big trouble. However, Zishan Makoto actually told me directly he seems to be sincere. Within the Shadow Sect's blessed land, countless soul beasts formed an army. They were grand and mighty, like a tsunami. They surged towards Duke Long. Duke Long was surrounded by the army. His body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. The soul beasts came one after another. No matter how many there were, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, a clear claw mark appeared. It almost pierced through space. Wherever it went, the soul beasts along the way were torn apart. They could not resist at all. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. A bunch of trash, no matter how many of you come, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the air. His body was as straight as a mountain. The dragon horns on his forehead were sinister. His dragon eyes flickered with a cold light. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble! The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods. The soul beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying his best to support his upper body. He wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold onto Duke Long's arm. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope. Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red. He could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, "This person is different, Fang Yuan. You are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence. I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture. At this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the celestial court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it. Since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Sui Yi Hui or Mao Li Qiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured. His greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's blessed land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire blessed land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. The soul beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land. We can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1382. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any immortal essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence or Gu worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Makoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Makoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end, they are my natural allies. I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Makoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, Zishan Makoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal goo to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains. He directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Zishan Makoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. There was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name restriction immortal goo, it was not his own, he was only borrowing it from Wu clan. Secondly, the immortal goo was only rank 7, against the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle, it might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Makoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special. He was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Goo immortal. His early years were filled with difficulties. He was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife Su Baiman was turned into a goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things. I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price. Using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts? Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle. It had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That goo immortal reported. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation. I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here. Only rank 6 immortal goo? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. Chapter 1383. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super goo formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan, Wuxia, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals were stunned. In fact, when Wuxia and the rest were transported away by the super goo formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The goo immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wu Yihai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's goo immortals protested. But inside the super goo formation, where was Fang Yuan? He had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Qigui, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's righteous path goo immortal expert tree old man came to Qigui's side. The other clan's goo immortals failed to communicate with Wu Yihai, so be it. But Wu clan and Xiao clan, especially Fairy Xiao Si Lu, failed to communicate with them. Wu Yihai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wu Yihai controlled the entire super goo formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake. Lives would be lost. Qigui nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This super goo formation was personally created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though he could not control the goo formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Qigui's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bada observed Qigui's expression and saw that Qigui's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wu Yihai is missing. The super goo formation is being occupied by 2 forces. They are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura. Just based on aura, they are both rank 8 goo immortals," Qigui said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yihai mysteriously disappeared. It is likely that he was killed. No matter how 2 rank 8s got into the super goo formation, with just Wu Yihai's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Fang Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Fang Yuan had changed his appearance before he left. Paying attention to this detail and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Yihai would work together with Shadow Sect. Because not long ago, Ba Quan Feng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the super goo formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the super goo formation. This matter left a deep impression on the southern border righteous path Gu Immortal's present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Yihai is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately I was plotted against by Ba Quan Feng. If I were controlling the Super Gu formation now, wouldn't Wu Yihai's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Yihai, he replaced me. Qi Gui was still grateful towards Fang Yuan. Bard quickly accepted Wu Yihai's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yihai's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. More and more southern border Gu immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. Chapter 1385. Reeks, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Fang Yuan sat on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a Gu immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Wuxia and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Fang Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the Immortal Killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used 4 Immortal Gu to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from Jewel Yellow Skies. There was no choice, the situation was urgent. If there was time, Fang Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Gu immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Fang Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Fang Yuan himself. Maybe the Celestial Court could also guess it. Fang Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini 9 heavens. In mini purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Fang Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains He tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using He tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had long used the time Dao to slow down the flow of time in the supreme immortal aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nest to slow down. Therefore, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I wanted to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Sui Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Fang Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my supreme immortal aperture space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 Immortal Yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these pure dream reality seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Wuxia used the cocoon of light to obtain a rank 7 pure dream reality seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original pure dream reality seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the pure dream reality seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these pure dream reality seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Fang Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly, it saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Fang Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly by Ning Bing, who inherited by Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Fang Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Weihai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a submissive manner. Hei Lulan by Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft, "Oh," showing a timid expression. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves Hei Lulan and Wuxia. Hei Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Wuxia, Fang Yuan looked at Wuxia, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out, his entire body was like mud, his expression was dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Fang Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Wuxia, hand over all your goo worms to me. Fang Yuan spoke. Wuxia did not speak, he did not react, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan's voice turned sharp. Wuxia, I am the leader of Shadow Sect, are you going to defy me? Wuxia did not move, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, he was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, your clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other Righteous Path Goo Immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would clan's Goo Immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of clan's Goo Immortals spoke. Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal goo. We brought a large number of spare mortal goo. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong, they can actually control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel, they did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel, they are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other Righteous Path Goo Immortals. Clan's leader spoke frankly, the surrounding Goo Immortals nodded. The truth was the truth, they could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals, informing them of the situation. What, they were actually repelled? Didn't they have Bay Pavilion Immortal Goo House? They lost them. Look at what the clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme heavenly eagle and ancient sword dragon transformation. Once ancient sword dragon transformation was mentioned, the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals in the dream realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guan Yi is also a demonic path Goo Immortal. He also cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Goo Immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient sword dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guan Yi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect, they are enemies. Lu Guan Yi is a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Goo Immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guan Yi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart, he cares about his family, it is truly touching. We are willing to go. But he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals, rank 8 Goo Immortal Chi Chu Yu, and several immortal Goo houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical immortal goo. Daoist. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals is low. Central Continent's celestial court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move." Note: last week's character solicitation activity has ended. This week's voting will be held. Tomorrow, Venerable Gu's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Gu's Tieba, and Venerable Gu's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. "Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued." A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky, scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way. They did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect Immortals also let down their guards slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless. Even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. "This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench." Fang Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Wuxia led the Immortals to northern plains under Fang Yuan's pursuit and rescued Zishan Makoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Makoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from northern plains to eastern sea, before arriving at southern border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench, carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Fang Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast. They were usually produced in places with dense dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura made them panic. They did not need Fang Yuan to drive them away. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide. Even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fang Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fang Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the Gu formation here without any obstruction. The Gu formation here is quite good. This move again, retreat. E-Clan's Gu Immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal Gu houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The Dream Realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being Dream Path idiots. The ferocious righteous path Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter Gu. Celestial Court's letter. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Border's Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Gu formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Gu Immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Gu formation before leaving. Among the Immortal Gu here, besides Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu, the other Gu worms belonged to Southern Border's Righteous Path. Towards such actions, Southern Border's Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the Righteous Path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Gu Immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's Righteous Path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path Mortal Gu as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path Gu Immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path Mortal Gu to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path Mortal Gu's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Wuxia, Zishan Makoto, Bai Ningbing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Hai is Fang Yuan? Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Fang Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation, a humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan? The publicly recognized #1 force of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the #1 person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an Immortal Gu house and several rank 8 Immortal Gu. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu Clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Your Wu clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan. This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs, a successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Fang Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu clan had lost? For a long time, Wu clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Fang Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the Celestial Court. Her intentions were clear, telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Fang Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Fang Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Fang Yuan and the rest. She was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter Gu, there was only information about Fang Yuan and the rest. There were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao Zhikai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Qiao clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Qiao Zhikai. It is nothing, I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect. Qiao Zhikai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time, it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan. He wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu Clan Gu Immortals in the headquarters. The Immortals all said no. Among them, someone said, the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing Gu from the clan. If that injured southern border Gu Immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move by Xiang. This immortal killer move was very powerful. It only needed a tiny fragment to revive. It was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ningbing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods. He was a great healer for Bai Ningbing's condition. When Bai Ningbing woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li. You actually came to save me? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. Her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal. She had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ningbing thought even more thoroughly. She was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals when you were retreating." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal Gu that could inspect the Dao marks on Gu Immortals, he did not know how many Dao marks the other Gu Immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which Southern Border Gu Immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect. You have inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Makoto's immortal Gu were not comprehensive. He had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flashed. She thought of Langya sect. Since they did not have enough immortal Gu, they could refine Gu. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Langya sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. He suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to save Wuxia. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Wuxia and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate, so Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Langya sect was established, Land Spirit of Langya was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Langya sect to refine Gu. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds, in exchange for Land Spirit of Langya refining immortal Gu for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Langya gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style Gu refinement method and used the human isolation style. Chapter 1397. A middle-aged Gu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp, his eyes were shining with divine light, his lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent Gu Immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path Rank 7, the one who could fight Rank 8, Feng Jioge. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were shocked. Feng Jioge's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Jioge, he quickly recognized Feng Jioge. After all, a Rank 7 Gu Immortal who could fight Rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Fang Yuan's other identity, Lu Guanyi, Feng Jioge might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Jioge. A Central Continent Gu Immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal Gu of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Jioge was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Fang Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Jioge. This was not the first time he saw Feng Jioge. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Jioge's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it. Feng Jioge's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Langya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The Central Continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Fang Yuan had also seen Feng Jioge. In that strange thieving heaven true inheritance space in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jioge's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven true inheritance space because of Qin Baisheng's suicidal attack. But after Fang Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Fang Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Jioge's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Fang Yuan stared at Feng Jioge, not daring to be careless. He shouted coldly, "Feng Jioge, are you the person that the Celestial Court arranged to assassinate me?" Feng Jioge glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Jioge was filled with emotions. Fang Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Jioge learned of Fang Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jioge knew Fang Yuan's name because of his daughter. But he did not care about it at all. Because back then, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth. They were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a grand Gu Immortal like Feng Jioge, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Fang Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Jioge's expectations. Fang Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed. He was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited Giant Sun's true inheritance. Especially Fang Yuan's rapid progress, from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu Immortals, it was like a matter of one step. Many Gu Immortals worked for countless years but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Fang Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Jioge's life was actually saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan conveniently inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Lu Guanyi is also Fang Yuan. The great era is coming. Heroes are emerging. Fang Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Fang Yuan again, Feng Jioge sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile. I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal goo that thieving heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter. That means he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court? Feng Yuan frowned. With Feng Jioge's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Feng Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him. He sneered. To think that Feng Jioge has a hypocritical side. When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle. Feng Jioge nodded. That's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Feng Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him. What? Wu Yong was stunned. Feng Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, "Did I hear wrongly? You owe him a life, so you want to help him?" Ha! Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Jioge was a Central Continent Gu Immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the Celestial Court in the future. He actually wanted to save Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Feng Jioge actually wanted to help him? This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Jioge's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Jioge's smile. His laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Jioge was serious. This person was simply insane. A righteous path Gu Immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Jioge was not an ordinary righteous path Gu Immortal. He was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 great expert. His reputation in Central Continent, and even the 5 regions, was huge. And Feng Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river. Giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance. He snatched to immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sections. Chapter 1401. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge happy. Instead their hearts sank. Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so. He very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 righteous path Gu Immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the Gu immortals he faced were the famous Feng Zhuge and Lu Guanyi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal battlefield killer move for clear 4 wins was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Zhuge could move and was helpless against Fang Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge's weak spots. Firstly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building only broke down some corners. It was extremely fast. It was impossible for Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge to chase after Wu Yong. Especially Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light, they severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and even add some Gu worms to this immortal Gu house. The next time he faced Feng Zhuge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Zhuge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building that was specially modified for Feng Zhuge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge were helpless. They were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fang Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, which he could use. And although Feng Zhuge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Difference in strength. Even though Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. His overall strength had risen greatly. The two of them were helpless. Fang Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Zhuge said to Fang Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Zhuge looked at Fang Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black dot in the horizon. You saved my life in the past, I saved you today. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Zhuge continued. Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. That's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. Chapter 1402. There was a boundless sea of sand, yellow sand stretched into the sky. There was no end to it. The sky was blue and high, there were white clouds in the sky, the lines were clear and sparkling. I have finally arrived in Western Desert. A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down, he flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe with long sleeves, he had long black hair, deep eyes and a jade-like face. It was Fang Yuan. Feng Zhuge blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall, they could not stop Fang Yuan. In contrast, Fang Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall. It was the safest environment. By Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Feng Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Feng Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot. It had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands. It could hold these Gu immortals. If ordinary Gu immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Feng Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body. He could easily pass through regional walls. He did not suffer any losses. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal Gu, Dark Limit, fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, Providence is still paying attention to me. My whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later. Feng Yuan would be chased by countless Gu immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from Heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural Gu nurturing grounds that can produce immortal Gu. Just like southern border's Jade Pot Mountain. Bai Ningbing's Ice Soul Immortal Gu was a wild immortal Gu born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal Gu were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Feng Yuan wanted to go to. Feng Jioga saved me. The favor is over. His appearance is a little strange. Maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me, even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down. It is just a matter of time. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kunpeng. Many Gu immortals compared the 2. Sun Moon Kunpeng was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kunpeng would turn into a giant prung bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kunpeng would turn into a giant Kun fish, devouring the sea like a whale. It had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat Camel died, its Dao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death. They would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a Gu immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi. It was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track 3 Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled 3 Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses. The big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. 3 Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing, this underground cave is so huge. It is like a mortal city. The earth chi here is so dense that it formed an earth chi sandstorm. Demonic mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from earth chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the earth chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait. 3 Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of earth chi essence? Demonic mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic mosquito, you finally came. Hehe, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no. Demonic mosquito heard this and his body shook. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, demonic mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. 3 Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, demonic mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. 3 Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? 3 Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 Goo Immortal. 3 Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. Chapter 1403. Fang Yuan's words made 3 Feather Boy turn pale with fright. He quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of 3 Feather Boy, consoling him. Brother, don't be afraid, big sister is here. This female Goo Immortal had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. She wore a green robe with flowers carved on it. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted a green luster. My immortal name is Cui Bo. Who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies? Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Cui Bo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Goo Immortal. She thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp. It ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing, I am speaking the truth. Why would I lie? Hehe, since you came to me, I will eat you all. The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Goo. Sovereign immortal fetus Goo, since it was called sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only managed to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Goo before it was snatched by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Goo had no weakness. It was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign immortal fetus Goo was an immortal Goo. Immortal Goo needed to be fed. Sovereign immortal fetus Goo's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture. Some people called it essence pool or purple palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus. But the term for immortal apertures was more general, using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It did not need any food, it could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Fang Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus goo. Right now, even though Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had changed his cultivation plan, he extended the time in his immortal aperture, he gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's words to 3 Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Goo immortals. He killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not annex it, he could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the goo formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Fang Yuan this time. A rank 7 goo immortal came coincidentally, he cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths. Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. Fang Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble. Fang Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. First style, Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air, it pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. 3 Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock, she waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fang Yuan's control, it gave up on 3 Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am 1000 Transformations Ancestor's 3rd concubine. Why don't you give 1000 Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength. Or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to 1000 Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fang Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's Goo immortal world, he had heard of 1000 Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1000 transformations. Thus, he called himself 1000 Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the demon venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path Goo immortal, he was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal, he liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 Goo immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, We have to incur 1,000 transformations ancestors' hatred? Fang Yuan frowned. Fairy Cui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive Gu formation, you cannot do it recklessly." Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Cui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 Great Expert. Bai Ningbing, me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his Immortal Aperture. Corpse City did not have any Immortal Gu, but the defensive Gu formation had Immortal Gu as the core. Chapter 1405. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A bunch of clowns. Love go, Smaltz say, Net Kubai Ning Bing coldly snorted. Hei Lulan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lai Feng were experts among rank 7 Gu Immortals. In Southern Border, even though they could not compare to Old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wu Yubo, they could match Wu Yiran. That Beautiful Camel Immortal's status in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was equal to Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin. But against Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly, he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lolan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven, or the entire Southern Border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu Immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu Immortal world, rank 8 Gu Immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu Immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lolan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sect's covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. All right, we've got everything we need. Let's go, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin surrounded him. The four immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the Translocation Desert. At this moment, the four of them had already left him far behind. Right here, we need to rest for a while, Fang Yuan said as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Feng Yuan's orders. The 4 Gu Immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Feng Yuan arranged some mortal goo, forming a goo formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Feng Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now. He could easily set up this mortal goo formation. It was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Feng Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Feng Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though Wuxia regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Feng Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom Path's 3 essences were thought, will, and emotion. Wuxia was originally dispirited. He only regained his fighting spirit because of it. It was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it, these righteous path dogs, I will kill every single one of them. As Wuxia spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Feng Yuan pondered, Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information. The Gu Immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge said that he was chasing an immortal Gu related to thieving heaven demon venerable. He met Feng Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Jioge was Celestial Court's backup? It seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Jioge seems to be a poor arrangement. Feng Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Etion Mountain, the second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times. Because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way, there must be something I don't understand. Feng Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor, he was very admirable. It was Feng Jioge. With such a rank 8 immortal Gu, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Feng Jioge looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Feng Jioge and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the Gu worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured, he could only leave while he was ahead. Feng Jioge, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Feng Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal Gu for now. Even if you meet rank 8 Gu immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Feng Yuan. Celestial Court Gu immortals instructed Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was puzzled. He asked, "What do you mean?" Celestial Court Gu immortals had a deep gaze. Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, he needs to be killed. But it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Fang Yuan as his pawn. Fang Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time. It is extremely secretive. Chase after Fang Yuan, force him to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance, then destroy both Fang Yuan and Red Lotus' true inheritance. Feng Jioga's gaze flickered. He finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan, Red Lotus' true inheritance. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu Immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the Gu Immortals. Others were the divine senses of the Gu Immortals that were communicating with jewel yellow skies. How are you selling this year, beast? Soon, a Gu Immortal's divine sense came to him. Thousand Transformations ancestor smiled, replying, "No hurry, no hurry." Next, he placed many year beasts into jewel yellow skies. Year beasts were rare. After all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the River of Time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the River of Time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually, only rank 8 great experts who had converted to Time Path could enter it freely. Now that Thousand Transformations ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level. This caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. A Gu Immortal Great Expert is selling a large number of year beasts. Let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality. It is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a Time Path great expert. The Gu Immortals conversed and made their guesses. Thousand Transformations ancestor was quite satisfied. The commotion he created was already spreading. More and more Gu Immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish, I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. Thousand Transformations ancestor announced. The Gu Immortals roughly inspected. It was indeed so. They asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. Thousand Transformations ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts. They were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved. But these year beasts, which filled providence, could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, Thousand Transformations ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by Thousand Transformations ancestor. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers. It was a grand sight. Feng Jioge quickly looked around. He did not find Feng Yuan and the rest. His gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jioge did not hesitate. He got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jioge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jioge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jioge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jioge could not see, but it did not matter. He had many investigative methods. They were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jioge's heart jumped. He knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the river of time here. Feng Yuan had to follow the tributary of the river of time to enter the river of time and find Red Lotus true inheritance. Chapter 1410. The center of the sand whirlpool was a deep tunnel. It seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioge went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching. It was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal goo? Feng Jioge flew closer and found that this was a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu was like a shell. It was the size of a baby's palm. The round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to year beasts, Daegu was very common. It could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of Daegu, month-gu, and year-gu. There were wild Daegu here. Would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed? There was a tributary of the river of time? A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because Gu immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures. It allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, super forces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this day Gu, rank 3 day Gu contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3 day Gu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw. They would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan Gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan Gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan Gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the Shadow Sect and hidden here. Feng Jioge continued to venture deeper. Soon he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Jioge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Jioge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the modeled time would be affected. Time will speed up, speeding up aging. Or, if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Jioge did not dare to try it. He slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of mottled time, Feng Jioge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz Gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus true inheritance was hidden in the Stone Lotus Island. If Feng Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the river of time was to find a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time was like an entrance. It had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the river of time in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the river of time, they were very common. But, was this desolate level year beast arranged by Feng Yuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Feng Jioge thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Feng Yuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Feng Yuan watched the battle while communicating with jewel yellow skies with his divine sense. In jewel yellow skies, there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Feng Yuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he could control immemorial year beasts, Feng Yuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Feng Yuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Feng Yuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Feng Yuan could also sell immortal Gu. But he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers, but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold Immortal Yuan Stone. A vast amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. It was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. Even Thousand Transformations Ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved Thousand Transformations Ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many transformation path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere. He wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the Thousand Transformations Ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was shocked and joyful. He did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a Gu immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite, or Thousand Transformations Ancestor's speed of decision, they were both shocking. Western Desert, inside the sand tunnel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey year beast screamed in agony. But its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jioge's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jioge and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jioge inspected it and confirmed that this monkey-year beast was a wild, desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jioge clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level year beast. He did not rest. He continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed. The ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar. Suddenly, several year beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this upper extreme heavenly eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Feng Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the upper extreme heavenly eagle is to prevent Feng Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with. He was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Feng Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Firstly, Feng Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Feng Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Jioge to deal with Feng Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming. The regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu Immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward. Because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central continent would face huge pressure. It might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu Immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu Immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, Yuan Qiongdu. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals who instructed Feng Jioge and attacked the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Qiongdu, because he cultivated path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts. They are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Qiongdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Gu's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, There was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Fang Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal goo fight was activated. Around it were a large number of supplementary goo worms. Immortal killer move. Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Fang Yuan's slaves, surrounding Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the goo formation. Flood discharge formation, break. Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. The entire goo formation crumbled. Without the goo formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the goo formation, it was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped immemorial desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Chapter 1413. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A-Group Goo Refinement Hall, the goo refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super goo formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the goo formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the super goo formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the goo formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Goo Immortal's 6th hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the Immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 Immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests. It was not in the sky of great swamp. It was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close. It could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Goo Masters a long time ago. Goo Immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Goo Immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor wind. They did not understand it. But now they were familiar with the method. They could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Land Spirit of Langya. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land Spirit of Langya's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hare's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the fan door vanished into thin air. I failed again. The land spirit of Xianxia stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hare sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the Hairy Man Heaven-Earth style, this would not have happened. Land spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly. Sixth Hare hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Feng Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. This Feng Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the land spirit of Xianxia's mood very bad. Sixth Hare hurriedly put in a good word for Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Xianxia hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves, it was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal goo to attack. After Feng Zhouge received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Zhouge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Zhouge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared. It was already in front of him. Feng Zhouge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Life Armor at once. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely. A thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Zhouge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Zhouge. Even though Feng Zhouge was not injured under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Zhouge from all directions. But Life Armor's performance was outstanding. It did not budge, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Dao marks were often on par with rank 9 immortal goo. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Zhouge again. Feng Zhouge thought to himself, how bitter! He struggled with all his might. He wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence. It did not let Feng Zhouge achieve his goal. Feng Zhouge was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Zhouge. He had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Zhouge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Feng Zhouge was feeling puzzled, A tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jioge was caught off guard. He was about to struggle when a voice could be heard. Don't struggle, Feng Jioge. I am a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court. I am here to help you. You can call me Lord Huangshi. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision.